Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March 10th council meeting. I am just hopping on here to call for 15 extra minutes before we get started. We have a couple council members that are stuck at the train right now. So we got 15 more minutes to go. Thank you.
Morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. It was actually a train this morning, not just made up. So we'll call the meeting to order of our regular council meeting of March 10th, 2025. Open microphone. We don't have anybody registered, but is there anyone here that would like to speak? Seeing none, looking for an approval of the agenda. Councillor Blatz, any additions from administration? Okay. Those in favor? Carried.
Aye.
Item 4, adoption of the minutes, regular meeting minutes for February 24th, 2025.
I move that council adopts the regular council meeting minutes for February 24, 2025 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Any errors or omissions? Ready for the question? Those in favor?
Sorry,
Aye.
there were some amendments that needed to be done to include Councillor Nielsen's motions from the February 24th council meeting.
Okay.
So the minutes would just need to be adopted as amended.
Okay. As in they're amended now, or they're going to be amended?
They are amended already.
As they are in the agenda?
Yeah.
Then we're good to go. Okay. Those in favor? Carried.
Aye.
Item 8, delegations by accurate assessments. Welcome, Kurt. Make sure the microphone is on, please. Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. First of all, thank you to Council for having me here today. My name is Kurt Hartman. I'm with Accurate Assessment Group. We are the assessors for the city. I'm here today to talk about the assessment, the 2024 assessment, and give Council updates on that. So I think a lot of council probably is familiar with us, but I'll do a quick intro as well. So we're Accurate Assessment Group. We're based in Sherwood Park. Can you move forward a couple slides? We're based in Sherwood Park, and we've been doing assessment for the city for many, many years now. What we see up there are some of our other municipalities that we do assessment work for. There are 26 rural municipalities, including we do DIP, so designated industrial property for some of those. We also do assessment for 7 cities, so 6 other cities, 7 towns, and 8 Métis settlements. We do include this slide as we do want to communicate that we do want to be your trusted advisor. We do have many years experience in many aspects of assessment, including, like I mentioned, maybe less than traditional, designated industrial properties. So we have specialists on our team that focus on machinery and equipment, industrial type properties. We have residential specialists, non-residential specialists, and we do have the breadth of knowledge that we learn from a lot of other municipalities as well. My point being there, don't be afraid to ask us any questions and include us in any conversations that you feel we may have value. Now getting into the meat of the presentation. So this graph here is showing the 2023 compared to 2024 assessment. I'll maybe start right there by just clarifying the 2024 assessment is what is for the 2025 tax year. So there's always a distinction there, confusion there on those years. So at the highlights, what we see is an overall increase in assessment. So when we break it out by assessment class or assessment groupings, we look at residential has seen a 5% increase in assessment. Non-residential is a 1% increase. And then we're moving down to the designated industrial property. It went down a few dollars, which amounts to no percent change. It was very minor. Linear assessment did go up by 6%. I should point out that both the designated industrial property and the linear assessment, those are both done by the provincial assessor. So I can't answer too many questions on those. It's more providing that as information because that does obviously affect your budgeting. Going into a bit more detail. So graphically, this is showing what's happened over the last few years. You can see that the residential assessment has grown steadily over the last 3 years. Before that, it did stay similar for a couple of years. And again, that non-residential assessment, we can see just growing slightly year over year as well over the last 5 years. So things are moving in that say, positive direction. So breaking out the change kind of by property, when we look at this is the taxable properties. So this is looking at the percent change. So we kind of group these together here and saying, you know, what kind of impact are we seeing by property? And 75.9% of the properties changed 1 to 10%. Overall, we're looking at 87% of the properties changed either, I say no change, so negligible amount, to 10%. So a large amount did fall in that category. There were other highlights on this graphic is that there was one new roll number created, so one new account, and there were 51 inactive roll numbers. So, which is a big number. That is primarily due to an inactivation of a condominium plan. So it was a property that was condominiumized, so it amounted to a large number of accounts, large number of roll numbers, and that was consolidated. The plan was canceled and consolidated back into one property. So there's your one new property, and then it detracted from another, a whole bunch. So it's worth pointing that out. Moving on to the next, this is just another way of looking at that. Percentages can be deceiving sometimes. 10% change on a $100,000 property is different than a 10% change on a $300,000 property. So we do look at it as well of change in dollars of assessment, and we see that 88% of the properties will fall in of, again, a negligible change, so minus $1,000 to $25,000 assessment change. Again, almost 90% of the properties fall into that dollar change in assessment. Breaking some of this out even further, I'm going to talk a little bit about growth and inflation. I'll maybe start by just explaining the difference and why we do talk about it. Inflation is a change in an existing assessment, so typically due to market conditions. Growth is new assessment dollars. So that's usually your new construction. So a new house equals growth. An existing house that the assessment has changed due to market changes, and that's going to be inflation. So where that becomes important is if we're looking at this from council's perspective, if we look and say, well, the assessment has changed 5%. It is important to look at that breakdown of how did we get to that 5%. If we're looking at, I'll maybe start with an oversimplified example. If council was looking at, or municipality, I'll generalize that, any municipality, was looking at a 5%, or looking at increasing their budget by 5%, or what they're bringing in from taxes by 5%, and the assessment went up 5%, you know, if you don't change your mill rate, you achieve that change in budget. However, how that can impact the taxpayers, this is where that breakdown becomes important. If that 5% is comprised entirely of growth, the normal typical taxpayer will not see any change in their taxes. The new growth properties, so the person who built the new house, will be adding to that, that new tax dollars. If that's the inverse, where there is no new growth, and all of the 5% change in the assessment base is made up of inflation, then that no change in tax rate will be a 5% tax change to everybody. Again, a very oversimplified example. Obviously, when you start talking about different, non-res versus res, we start talking, and you're never going to have exactly that exact split. But I did want to talk about that distinction because we do come in and talk about this, and I think it's maybe not always understood when we talk about it, and I just want to explain that importance of that. Sorry, can you go back a bit there? So that was me preluding this slide. This year, and for residential, we've seen a very small amount of growth, so 0.08%. We did see 5.2% of that assessment change made up in inflation. Moving to the next slide, so we look at non-residential. Non-residential seen 1.6% growth due to some new construction and completion of some projects that had started the prior year. And inflation-wise, a small amount of inflation, so 0.3% inflation. Moving on to a new item for the city this year is derelict properties. So the city passed a derelict property bylaw. So this year was the first year that has come into effect. So with that, what the process looked like was we did a review of the area that was defined to be reviewed for derelict properties because it doesn't apply to the entire city. We identified a number of properties that were potentially derelict. There were some that were, met the criteria. Those did get a letter back in September. So this started back in September. They did get a letter letting them know that their property, meets these criteria. This is what the impact will be. You have basically until the end of the year to, remedy this situation. So assessments are based on a condition date of December 31st. So it's how that property is going to sit on December 31st. So right around December 31st, we did a second inspection of all of those properties to see, do they still meet the criteria or have they been remedied in some way? So the initial list included 9 properties. There were a few that were not included in that list that we're keeping an eye on, that we did re-inspect later to just make sure they didn't go, further down towards the derelict classification. So again, 9 on the initial list. The final number that were classified were 7, and 3 of those 7 did have demolition permits taken out for them, but they were not demolished as of December 31st. My understanding is they actually have been since. I haven't done a formal inspection on them to confirm that, but my understanding is that they have, again, since that December 31st, taken action on those properties. This shows kind of what we were up to last year. So this is the inspections for the last 5 years. In blue is the 2024 inspection. So that'll include our global reinspection area. So those are the every 5 years we get out to all the properties, and we're doing 20% of the properties per year. So in 2024, we did it's west of 56th Street and all the outlying areas. We looked through Old Centennial, City Center West, and Jubilee. The number of inspections, so we do those, plus we're going to look at any properties we flagged for different reasons for review, as well as anything with a permit taken out on it. So that all came to 1,517 inspections last year, which is about 29% reinspection. For this coming year, if we can move to the next slide, this is what our reinspection cycle will look like. So we do have them kind of separate into 3 categories here, just because we do deal with them a little bit differently. So the non-residential properties are in the I'll call purple color. So we, again, review those. The residential properties, that's going to be your South and North Centennial, Northmount, and Aspen Ridge areas. So those are the residential we're reviewing this year. And then the yellow properties are properties that have farmland or potentially could have farmland or have had farmland in the past. So we do review all of those every year to ensure they're still meeting the requirements of farmland. The reason that is important is properties as a whole are typically assessed at market value. Quite a simple, straightforward concept. However, if a property meets the qualifications of farmland, so raising, production, and sale of agricultural products, it is assessed at farmland rates, which is significantly less than market value. There's a few other distinctions in there in that if it's adjacent to municipal water and sewer, then it's 3 acres of the land is assessed at market value and the balance at farmland. There's a few other distinctions like that, but it does make a big difference on the assessment and therefore tax dollars, so we do review all of those every year to ensure they are still meeting those criteria. So moving forward, so right now, assessment notices were mailed on February 18th. So we're in the process of, fielding some phone calls, discussing the changes in assessment with ratepayers. We will be starting soon our inspection cycle. So actually what that's going to entail, so what we've done the last few years as well, is we started with a mail out. So it's like a survey that we send out to ratepayers, asking some questions about their property. So those will be going out here shortly. And that's kind of step one. Step two will then be followed with field inspections of those inspection areas. And then we're going to start, as we go through the year, start doing the analysis towards the end of the year. That's when we start doing the market analysis, looking at what market is doing. We're also going to start looking at the permitted properties, because again, that December 31st condition date does matter. So if a permit's taken out, we want to make sure it's complete by year end, or at least understand the status of that property as of year end. And a few frequently asked questions that we do get, and you may get from the public as well. So I'll just talk about these really quickly. So my assessment went up, but I haven't changed anything. I usually start by explaining the assessment process and that all properties in the city are reassessed every year. So what that means is we review the value on them every year. That is legislation. That is not a City of Wetaskiwin thing. That is throughout Alberta. That is required. So we review the market activity, and from that we calculate a new assessed value for every property in the city every year. So you can expect your property assessment to change. Your property may not have changed, but the market conditions may have. With that, your assessment is based on market value, therefore it will follow that. My assessment went up 5%, but the market hasn't increased 5%. When we calculate assessment, we don't look and say, well, the average increase in market year over year is 5.2%, therefore we're going to increase assessments 5.2%. It is far more refined than that, in that we recalculate a new assessment every year. Obviously, the result of that is a change that's year over year, but we do recalculate based on the information we have on the property, based on what we see in the market, recalculate that new assessment. So with that, we may see certain areas of the city changing at different rates than others, certainly different property types changing at different rates than others. Using a simple example, in that a single family dwelling may change at a different rate than a manufactured home or an apartment style condominium. So we do see those kind of things change at different rates, and therefore assessments don't necessarily change at exactly the same rate, because it isn't calculated as just a simple percent increase. My assessment went up or down. Does that mean my taxes will go up and down? And that's a question I always answer in saying, I don't know. Unfortunately, being assessment is one half of the equation towards your tax levy. The assessments are calculated based on market value and put in place, and then obviously council will set a tax rate, and that will determine at the end of the day, what the taxes will actually change. So I'm not able to usually answer that one for them. My assessment says improved residential. That is, but I haven't approved anything. The improvements is, the wording is land and improvements to the land. So therefore, as soon as you improve the land, so by putting a house on it, essentially, then you become improved residential versus vacant residential. So it's not that you've improved things year over year. I do get that call quite a few times a year, actually, saying I didn't improve anything. I didn't improve $300,000 worth of improvements on my property. No, that's the whole bundle. What changes to the property affect the assessment? And the really simple answer is, because it is based on market value, if somebody was coming in to buy that property, what would they look at? Because we look at the same things as well. At a high level, square footage of a property, the size of your lot, do you have a garage, things like, is your basement finished, things like that. Again, if you're coming in to buy the property, if you look at it and say, oh, that will make me pay more or less, your assessment will kind of follow that as well. So with that, I will conclude and ask if there are any questions from council.
Go ahead. Thank you. Move that City Council accepts the assessment information as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Yep, I've got a few. Through the chair, when we did budget, we were shared that we went with a 1% increase than when we did budget. My question is, from what I look at your presentation, we're actually looking at a 3% thereabouts. Is that accurate to say?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, so 3% would be the total change in the assessment base.
Right.
That is not entirely taxable. That 3% I'm not doing page 7, I believe, on my presentation. The 3% is all of them combined, saying that the exempt properties didn't really change much there. So yes, that would be at a high level correct.
Okay, so I'm going to go with timelines here. So it was shared to administration. I'm going to assume from you, your company, that 1% would probably be where we're going to land. So that would have been presented or given to our administration for our calculations during budget. Is that accurate?
Sorry, to the Councillor Billingsley through the chair. When we do provide any estimates,
Yep.
so we do an estimate of growth. So with that usually happens in around September-ish, where we'll sit with development and talk about what projects are ongoing, what projects may be completed by year end, which is an estimate. We don't know, especially with growth as new construction, we don't know what will be completed when. We can look at past projects. Sometimes things hit a stall, sometimes things hit a speed bump through, or a speed track through, and get completed before that December 31st. So that is an estimate on that piece. As far as an estimate in inflation, we don't typically provide an estimate in inflation in that until we've done our analysis, it's very difficult for us to estimate that. If you can give me 1 second here. So from a growth perspective, the residential growth estimate was pretty much exactly what we had provided. The growth in non-residential was slightly higher than what we had predicted, in that there was a couple projects that actually completed that we weren't sure that they would get done by the end of the year. So we did see that go up a little bit. The other piece that did change when we look at the year-over-year change was the linear assessment did go up, which we have no insight on whatsoever, as that is done by the provincial assessor. And until that comes out, the linear piece comes out January 31st is the first insight that the city sees on that when it's handed over.
So My follow-up question then is, once it's determined at 103% of the grand total, when would that calculation have been made?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that final calculation isn't done until the assessment roll is complete.
So that would have been a couple weeks ago then?
That would be, yeah, I think the assessment roll was completed this year at the end of January.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So to follow up on this then, I guess through the chair to administration, trying to understand exactly how we represented the 1%. So was that a communication with Accurate then as a baseline to use, or where did that number come from as far as administration went?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we did reach out to Accurate Assessment, specifically to Kurt in September, and he gave us the estimates: 1.1% for non-residential, 0.08% for residential. However, residential and non-residential have different tax rates. We use those percentages to increase the assessment for the prior year and then convert that to what impact that would have on the tax dollars being raised. And that's why we used 1%, because the estimate for non-res was 1.1% on the assessment, 0.08% on the residential piece. We used last year's tax rate, apply it to those assessments, and look at what that percentage change means, and that is what we present to you at budget time.
Okay, thank you. On page 14, you had said that 1,517 properties were reassessed. How many of those would be actually, what did you call it, a field inspection?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I don't have that number exactly off the top of my head.
Okay.
So that number represents 29% of the properties in the city. We do plan for a minimum of 20% reinspection in our global inspection, which is a field inspection. It is physically looking, being present at the property and looking at it or digging deeper as needed. So it would be a minimum of that, and it would definitely be far exceeding that number, but I don't have an exact number. The majority of those would be field inspections. The handful that aren't would be what we call an office inspection, where we would review like an MLS listing or something like that, or something where a property owner phoned in and to ask some questions, and at that point we would also verify the information we have on their property.
So for clarification, you believe about 20% would be field inspected that last year?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, no, it would far exceed the 20%.
So
it'd be between 20 and 29, but far closer to
of
the
all
29.
properties or of just the 15, 17?
Of all properties, no. So of the 15, 17, sorry, I don't have a calculator handy, but that represents 29% of the properties in the city. The amount that would be field inspected would be between the 20 to 29% of that. Like, very few of those would not be a physical inspection.
And when you talk about field inspection, what exactly is a field inspection? Does that mean that they're actually entering the homes?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, no, it does not. That does occur as needed. That means we're physically present at the property with our eyes on the property, comparing to what we have on file, and looking and using our experience to determine, has anything changed? Is the information we have correct? Do we need to stop and talk to them? Do we need to remeasure this property? Do we need to do an interior inspection? If nobody's home, if we have questions, things like that, we would leave a card on the door as well, with them to call back to, either schedule an interior inspection, to ask them some questions about the property. I'm not sure how many would be interior inspections, but field inspection is us being physically present, viewing the property with our eyes. We're not looking at Google Street View. We're not just looking at aerial imagery or something like that. This is us physically being there, looking at the front, the back, and double checking and comparing what we have to ensure the inventory is accurately representing the property.
Okay, thank you. On page 10, there's about 200 properties that actually went down in assessment, thereabouts. Could be slightly more depending on if it was, about 200 properties are more than $1,000, I guess is the best way to describe that. Do you know what percentage would be residential versus non-residential of that? And is it mostly, do you know where that, I'm trying to get an understanding of where our problem is.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, for clarification on page 10, so the taxable assessment changed by dollar, and you're wanting to know about how many?
Yeah, there's about 200 properties that have at least $1,000 assessment change gone down.
I do not know how many would be residential versus non-residential off the top of my head.
And I don't think that that's critical.
Okay.
But what I'm really wondering is this typical? In other words, you've got 88%, you're saying to us that about 88% have fit into this groupings here. Is that typical for Central Alberta? Or is what we see above that of the 200 properties, is that typical?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, at a high level, it's not atypical. Every market, every municipality is different. When we look at some municipalities that may have a large amount of growth, if there's several hundred new houses being constructed, obviously that skews some of these numbers significantly. Some municipalities seeing different changes in markets at different times. I've heard, I haven't worked in these municipalities myself, but some municipalities in southern Alberta I've seen in the news how they're looking at very large increases in assessment. And again, with market activity in some of those areas, that does make sense. Seeing most of the properties grouped in, as a slight change year over year, yeah, I would say that is somewhat typical of comparable type municipalities. Seeing a handful of properties go down while the majority go up, again, I would say that is typical. Where you see that is, again, when we're out doing these inspections, it's about every 5 years we come around. Things change. Garages, especially if we're looking in an older area, if you got a garage, a single car garage that's built in, the 40s, some of those just disappear. These are things we catch when we're out doing area inspection, and obviously that's going to affect the assessment. Things like basement flooding. Your basement floods, your basement finish has now been ruined and has been pulled out. Something like that will affect your, while the market conditions as a whole may be bringing your assessment up, physical conditions on each property or physical changes can definitely impact that. Even just, from 5 years ago till now, we come along and the overall condition of the property may have changed. Those are the kind of things that would see that group, that small percentage of properties going on the downward direction.
On your last comment, you said, talked about improved residential, and that's not necessarily, is it only, when you describe that, is that only new construction, or is that, fixing up any of the exterior, could that also be improved residential?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, the improved residential piece is actually what would show up on the assessment notice.
Right.
The improved residential is a class of property, so that would be any property that is residential class and is deemed improved. There are two classifications, one being vacant and one being improved. So anything that, any property that has improvements to the land. So any property that has a house or a garage on it at all would fit into that category. So
New windows seen from the front, would that classify?
sorry, to Chair Council, no, improved residential is every house
Yeah.
in the city of Wetaskiwin would be classified as improved residential,
Okay,
regardless if something has actually improved.
Yep.
And that is the distinction that we do get the question of, that I haven't done the windows, but you're saying I improved it. And it's not actually it's just an assessment class.
Fair enough. And thank you very much. Just a last comment has to do with a little bit of concern, I guess, as far as I'm looking at page 11 and 12 on the overviews. Our growth, other than inflation, is really low, guys. So please we do definitely, a lot of our growth is inflation and not actual new construction.
That would be accurate, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to go back to the business of field inspections versus internal inspections. So over the course of a 5-year period, what approximately, in your estimation, what would be the percentage of our total residential actually having an internal inspection?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I don't know that number. There aren't, I'll say, many instances where we are required to do an interior inspection. Often the interview with an owner at the door. So if we're, physically at the property and we look and say, based on our experience, we feel that there has been renovations or changes to this property. And often we can tell from the outside even, right? We will, knock on the door if the homeowner is there. We will interview them and say, what have you changed? If they're not there, we would leave a card on the door for them to call us back. If they don't call us back, we do estimate, based on our experience, what we would have expected to be done to that property as well. So it isn't that if they don't call back, then we don't change anything. We still must prepare the assessment based on information that we would feel is correct.
Okay. I'd like to pursue that a little bit if I could. And I appreciate you don't have that information available. Is it safe to assume that you do have that information collected, however? That you would know how many homes in Wetaskiwin had an internal inspection?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, I could do, we could calculate that. Again, it would be a rather low number. Interior inspections, again, aren't, I'll say, terribly common in the assessment practice.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley asked a question relative to a field inspection where you'd look and you'd say, it looks like the siding on the house has all been done and the windows have been redone. Does that then change the assessment from your perspective? Is that an improvement, or is it just replacing windows and the house still has windows?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, that could definitely affect the assessment. So again, the way I often try and explain it is, if somebody was going to purchase that property, would they pay more for for those changes to the property? So upgrading of windows and doors, replacing the siding or upgrading the siding, those are typically things that would impact the value of the property if they were going to resell it. So therefore, it would change the impact of the assessment. Things like maybe the replacement of a hot water heater. That would be what we consider maintenance. If again, there's a distinction here between an appraisal and an assessment. An appraisal is a very detailed view of a single property. An assessment actually is legislated that it must be completed using mass appraisal processes. So that is using common data and allowing for statistical testing. So it's not as, I'll say maybe as detailed as an appraisal, where an appraisal you will go inside every house and you'll go and you'll look at the age of the hot water heater. You will check the breaker box and see when that was last replaced. That is an appraisal. Mass appraisal is different, and it is what we are legislated to do. It is not, what we choose to do. It is a legislation piece. So when we see upgrades on the exterior like that as well, that will often prompt us to, that's a real easy one, to go, what else did you do? Did you just do the outside? Have you done more inside? Often it isn't just one thing, but there's times where it's one thing this year, which will be followed by another thing next year. So we will stop and talk. No, I haven't done this yet. I'm looking at redoing my kitchen, but that won't happen this year. And this is where we plan our global re-inspections, so a certain percentage of the city's very defined area, and then we will flag that property actually to come back the following year. So that's why when we, say we plan for 20%, or it's usually a little bit more of the global inspections, we always end up doing more than that. That is why, because that property would have got flagged that we're going to come back now next year. It's not part of our re-inspection area, but we're going to come back next year and say, hey, we talked last year, you planned on redoing your kitchen. How did you make out with that? So hopefully that answered your question. That was maybe longer than you expected.
No, it's fine. Thank you. How do you reassure me that the assessments on properties are accurate? Now that, and by that, I guess I'm leading up to, so my basement floods, it's all ripped out, and I do a totally new basement. And I put marble on the floor and I do magical things inside. But you doing a field inspection would never know that I've dumped $250,000 worth of renovations into my basement. How does that protect the city in terms of accurate assessing?
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. It's kind of a few pieces there. I guess first level is, we review every single permit that comes in the city. So those type of renovations, I don't want to speak for development, but often they would require a permit, and understanding that doesn't always happen. If we don't, go in, and so if your basement's finished and you pull it out and you upgrade your basement finish to an extreme degree, I guess, next time we come around, would we catch it? Not necessarily. Now, saying that, if you put $250,000 into your basement finish, your assessment is based on market value, not based on, the dollars you put into it. So what would the market, we would, in that example, we would have basement finish assessed. You have a higher maybe level of basement finish than what we had assessed. What would the market, you put $250,000 in it, the market would not pay $250,000 for that basement finish. What would the delta be between those two numbers? I'm not entirely sure on that.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that response, and you've linked some of your work to development permits that are drawn at the city. So if a development permit is drawn at the city, does that create a situation where you would do an internal inspection, or do you simply make a determination based on the development permit and change the assessment accordingly?
Through the chair, Councillor Nielsen, the development permit will flag an inspection. At that point, we would physically visit the property. Obviously, from the development permit, we would have some details of what is actually going on. Again, we wouldn't just read the development permit, go to our computer, and add 800 square feet of basement finish. We would inspect the property, hopefully talk to the property owner, leave the card again if we can't, if they aren't physically there. We would have contact information through development. And it would, again, it isn't just, that development permit comes in for 800 square feet of basement finish. We don't just add that. Again, when you do the basement finish, what else have you done on the property? So we would look at, what else has changed on that property. And that's why it is kind of important that we do physically, look at the property. Because you might have done the basement finish if we just blindly added that in because there's a permit. We show up on the property, well, as soon as we look at it, they've done the windows and the doors, and they've done the exterior finish, and probably a whole bunch more all at the same time. And maybe a slightly different example would be, we see a permit for even just changing the size of windows in a basement. It seems very minor, and you say, well, what does that matter? Well, clearly there's other stuff happening there, so we will, again, investigate and go as far as we need to go till we're satisfied we have the right information on what has actually changed on that property.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Aberley.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Kurt, when you say you're legislated, the mass appraisal is legislated, can you give me some examples of what that is? Like, so when you're, for example, when you're saying the field inspection, is that there's a definition or what a field inspection is supposed to look like in the legislation? Is that, what do you mean by legislated?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, so the evaluation method that we use is legislated as mass appraisal. That's the valuation method. So what that means is, again, we collect data on all properties. So we know the size, the year built, the size of the lot, and we have all that information. And essentially that becomes, and then we look at every single sale that happens in the city, kind of marry those two pieces, and we'll do analysis to develop a model to value all of the properties in the city. So again, it's kind of taking all the data, and it's taking all the sales, working those together to develop what is actually market value of properties. It is the most probable selling price of a property, and it's again based on all those pieces together. Contrasting with that is an appraisal, where you will get the information on a single property. You will look at typically 3, maybe 5 sales at the most of comparable properties, and you'll determine a value based on that. So again, assessment is looking at all this data, all the sales, bringing that all together into a model to create an estimate of value, whereas a single property appraisal is a lot of detail on one property, and then looking at maybe 3 to 5 sales instead of hundreds. As far as the inspections go, that is a different piece. It is less about how the valuation happens, more about how we keep that data up to date. And again, mass appraisal defined as common data, which isn't further defined, unfortunately, in legislation. So common data is typically understood as the square footage of the house, the year built, and things like that. As far as field inspections go, again, that doesn't have an actual definition. I'll say common definition would be you're physically there. So you're in the field and you're physically at the property. Not all municipalities even conduct a lot of field inspections anymore. My personal opinion is those are completely invaluable and they must be done. Right. I think they're a huge value. But that doesn't, nowadays, and it's with requests for informations that go out and things like that, there's ways of determining more information, or aerial imagery such as pictometry like the city has with the high resolution detail where you can actually see if additions are put on. A lot of municipalities will rely heavily on that. But we do use those methods still as well, but they are still augmented with physically being present. There's simply no replacing that, in my opinion.
And the reason I ask is one of the questions, or one of the discussions we have amongst us often is, and I don't want to, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but how much can we tell you what we want done in an assessment? So could we say, for example, we want you to go into 20 homes physically. We want X, Y, Z, or is that the part that's legislated?
Through the chair to Council Aberley, As far as legislation goes, there's no legislation
Great.
around that. Again, interior inspections are rare
Okay.
in some instances. There are instances where they're required. And, you know, if we, yeah, there's some instances where we look and we say, you know what, we need to actually see some of this, definitely. But again, they're not typically commonly done. Again, even just physically being at the property is something that doesn't necessarily always happen anymore. As far as what's required by legislation, legislation doesn't get much detail on that. However, the assessments are audited by municipal affairs. So there's an audit department that does review our work every year.
Okay.
So they review the work. They're the ones who kind of set the standards of what's required for inspection. Are you inspecting the properties that you're supposed to? What is considered an inspection? So some of that is determined by municipal affairs. From an audit perspective, again, they have a good line of sight on what the assessment model requires on information. And they, you know, base some of that on that. So.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
And then just finally, for everybody out there, when you get the phone call and you have to call, because of course I've been through all of this reassessing, we've spoken on the phone. So you are very good at your job, and you made me feel very much at ease, as I knew my assessment was going to go up because of the renovations, but it was good, and I appreciate your company for working with our citizens as well. So thank you.
No, thank you very much, Councilor Haverly. I appreciate that.
Anything else? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? In favor or opposed, Councillor Nielsen?
Sorry, I had my mic off. I am in favor, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Kurt.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Item 9.1, negotiation of city leased facilities.
Hey, good morning, Council. This was originally a closed session item that was brought forward during the regular Council meeting of November 12, 2024. Council at that time directed administration to negotiate with the owner of a leased facility and report back to Council by March 10th, 2025 regular Council meeting. Administration is reporting back that negotiations have concluded and the new signed lease agreement is attached. This aligns with Council's and administration's objective of transparency. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council receive this item as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. You've indicated that this signed lease agreement is presented, but in an optional motion, it indicates that we could ask for it to be renegotiated. So I'm a little confused. If it's been signed, how could it be renegotiated?
Through the chair to Council, all contracts that administration enters into can be renegotiated within the terms of the contract, whether that's immediately, 30 days, 60 days, a year, 2 years. That's tried to be written into every contract.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is in relation to, I'm going to call it the option to terminate. It can't be done within the first 2 years, but can you actually, I understand where you can't terminate the contract within 2 years, but can you give notice within 2 years? So at the end of year 2, you've given your notice to opt out. So at the beginning of year 3, you could be out.
Through the chair to Council, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is on item number 6 under this. It says, the leasee shall perform routine maintenance of facility and to the environmental envelope. Do we have Could I get an understanding of what routine maintenance that we're agreeing to actually consists of? And what is routine maintenance of the environmental envelope?
Sure, through the chair to council. For example, if we're talking about the HVAC system and the air conditioner on top, the city would pay for filters for that HVAC system and for new belts, those types of things. If the HVAC system is broken and not functioning, then that would be up to the building owner to come in and get that fixed. We just do the routine maintenance of items.
Okay, so if we had a roof leak in the facility, is that routine maintenance to fix it, or is that the owner's responsibility?
Through the chair to council, we would look, administration would come and look at that and see if there was something obvious, and then bring that forward to the owner of the facility and have them fix it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 9.2, Council Remuneration and Expenses Policy Update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Each year, annually, we bring this policy back for review. This year, there were a number of changes that we are proposing. Item number 2 in remuneration, administration's COLA is not automatically guaranteed, so we added in the words around proposed. The second one is item number 3 in remuneration. There was a requirement for council to approve all per diemable events, and so we've removed that. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. It was around committee meetings and members that may want to attend and whether or not they receive per diems. So for instance, if you're assigned to a committee or board, then you get a per diem for it. But if you're attending as optional, such as our agenda review committee, then you would not get a per diem for it. And then section 1, the removal of approved was there so that council can just get per diems for anything that is within their budget that they attend. And then the only requirement for council approval would be for out-of-province travel. We did remove the maximum gratuity, as some places, depending on the size of party that you're in or the part of the country, it's automatically, and it is more than 15 or 18%. We did remove reference to telephone long-distance charges, as we do not have landlines that have long distance anymore, and most cell phones have nationwide plans. And then we did update the forms for council, and we will continue to look through those and make sure that it's all one form. So your per diems, your expenses, all of your events, and any reports that are required are in one package and being submitted at the same time. We would be looking for feedback from council on the policy and the forms, and then we would bring it back to a subsequent meeting for approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I move that council accepts this report as information.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just under number 2, this is through the chair, potentially to administration. It says council members will receive the same cost of living adjustments as what is being proposed for administration, which is applied during annual budget deliberations to commence on the first pay period of the year in question, unless otherwise directed by council through a resolution. I find that we've been having this debate every year for as long as I've been on council, and probably longer than that, where almost every budget we've been a part of, we have voted to remove council from getting a COLA. And I'm wondering what would happen if we just removed number 2 entirely and we just wouldn't be a part of COLA at all. Instead of like taking ourselves out of COLA every year, it's that we would have to vote to be involved in COLA. It's essentially what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, one of the reasons we did that is because no council, very seldom will a council ever vote to give themselves an increase. Which I think is detrimental to the long-term goal of attracting and retaining good members of council. So that's why it was automatic with the option or the opportunity for council to take it out. One of the things I'd like to see is council salary review done every 3 or 4 years, external from the city and external from council, so that we're on par with the rest of the province of like-sized municipalities. A number of municipalities have gone through that this year, where they'll evaluate the amount of time you're spending on council business, council packages, external committees and boards that you sit on, so that you're remunerated appropriately, as opposed to a number that's been in place for 20 years probably. I don't know how long this has been set up for, but I don't know that we've done a council remuneration evaluation in the time that I've been on council in 12 years.
Thank you for the explanation. I agree with what you're saying with that it would be nice for it to be a separate conversation, where it could even be its own entity, where it's just like every 3-4 years we have the discussion of salary, and it's not, it could be at the beginning of a council term, or it could be the very end of a council term for the new council. But I have an issue with COLA in general for councillors. So I can see where you're coming from, but for me personally, I feel odd about COLA for councillors. So I would personally like to see it being removed, but that would just be me.
You can make an amendment to it. We can straw poll it, and of course we get final.
Can we though?
Yep.
Because we're in committee of the whole.
Yeah, but you're making a change to it, right, for it to come back to be approved.
Okay.
So if council doesn't support it, there still needs to be final approval coming when we see the document in its final form. But there's no sense in carrying it forward if the majority of council doesn't want to see that. Which could also see an amendment coming when we see the final document,
Yeah.
where it gets re-added. But for right now, if you want to see it removed and the rest of council does as well, then that's just an amendment to what's being presented.
Okay. I think I'm gonna wait to hear what everybody's put their hands up for, and then I'll make a decision if I'm going to make an amendment.
Okay,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Nielsen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions through the chair, I guess to Sue. Under council members' operating budget, I'm assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, please, that the operating budget is intended to cover individual councillors' costs of attending what I'm going to call optional or personal choice conferences or personal training. Would that be accurate or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, it actually captures your entire budget. And then this policy just outlines what you can per diem for and what you can't, because your budget also includes payment for council meetings.
Okay, so the entire operating budget, but I believe, and I don't see it here in front of me, but I thought there was a statement in this document that talked about individual councillors' budgets as opposed to a budget line for councillors' remuneration. Does that make sense? I'm sorry.
It does. I know we've had this conversation before. Your budget is very grouped. And if council wants to see your budget broken out, we could certainly do that as part of the budget process, where it breaks out per diems from salary, from training and development, etc. But
Okay.
right now, it just means the entire thing.
Right. So when this conversation came up before, and again, I shared my thoughts, and it hasn't been straw poll, but I personally would like to see two budget lines, I guess, and one budget line that says, this is what Wayne Nielsen or Councillor X receives for doing their job. So there's an annual stipend, and then any per diems or expenses related to sitting on boards and committees. So the public understands clearly that for any one of the councillors, in order to do the job that is expected by our community, by individual councillors, is they paid Councillor X so many dollars. Then in addition to that, we all, in this lump sum that you've talked about, Sue, we've all been able to access money for professional development to grow professionally or to do work or research related to potential community opportunities, I guess, which is to me optional from the expected cost of me being a counselor. So how would one sort of deviate from what's on this document to a straw poll that says, can we split those out?
That would just be through the budget process, so you could direct us. I'll be coming to you at the next meeting discussing budget for 2026, and it would be a direction of the budget. The policy just says how you can spend that money, not necessarily how it's broken out in the budget.
Okay. Because somewhere else in the document it indicates that if councillors go over their budget, they would have to have prior approval from council to go over their budget. But I don't have any idea what my budget is, because it's just one line. It's a one line item. So out of the total cost of dollars set aside for council remuneration, what is my individual personal councillor budget that if I go over, I have to get prior approval from council?
Yeah, we could start reporting those again, giving you your monthly budget breakdowns or quarterly budget breakdowns. The last several years that I've been in the role, council has not gone over their allocated budget, like as a whole.
Right. But I don't know that I've ever been over my budget because I don't know what my budget is.
Yeah, we could bring that back.
And again, just for clarification, I would do that when, Sue?
We would bring that back as part of our quarterly reporting for council. We'll just break out your budget specifically.
Okay, I think. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Related to what Councillor Blatz was saying, I would rather see us opt out of something rather than opt in. I think even just the optics would make it look better. Every year we have opted out, and then the public is aware that we're doing that. With regard to review, in my time on council, I think we've had one review of council remuneration, and 3 business people in our community were chosen, and they did research and came back, and that was the last time council got a raise. So, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you, through the chair. I agree with Councillor Blatz as far as the COLA. Part of the reason though why you do COLA is so that you don't put yourself in a position where, oh my goodness, it's 8 years later and we are now in a real dilemma here of we are so far behind of what the average is. So that's part of the reason why you'd want to do COLA. And if we're going to pull that out, I'm okay with that because, as you said, we're not even using it anyway. But then I think it's really critical that we, going forward, have some mechanism so that whatever the next council is, don't get into a position where, holy cow, the average councillors of municipal size like ours is an extra $5,000 per year. All of a sudden that puts our budget out of whack. So I think it's real critical, if we're going to pull it, to have a plan. So, and whatever that plan is, I think we could work at that at budget time, but I think it's critical.
Anything further? Go ahead.
Yes.
Councillor Blatz.
Okay, then I would like to make an amendment. I would like to move.
You're not moving.
No,
you're
I'm
just
not moving
straw
anything.
polling.
I'm just straw polling. I just want to get rid of the COLA, but with the understanding of what Mayor Gandam and Councillor Billingsley were saying.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, we do subscribe to the AB Muni's salary survey annually that has council remuneration documented across the province. And we do have the opportunity through the city's every 3 years salary survey to include councillors in that. So we could easily do that.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
So your amendment is to remove that?
Still,
Or your straw
still
poll?
there.
Okay.
Yep.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Just procedurally, because we are in committee of the whole, the way that the motion will need to be worded is instead of directly making amendment to the policy, it would just have a little bit of preamble that the committee recommend to city council that the policy is amended. So just a little procedural matter.
Okay.
We have it on the screen.
Excellent.
So again, we don't have a plan for what that looks like, as Councillor Billingsley had pointed out. I'm not in favor of taking something out of a policy that we don't have a plan for. So I won't be supporting it. Councillor Billingsley.
So are we, I guess we'll speak to this first, straw poll this?
Yeah.
Okay, then I will stand down.
Okay. Anything to the straw poll, Councillor Nielsen?
No, I don't support the recommendation.
Okay. Those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, it has to do with make sure I got the right one. The very last item is per diems on travel for meals. We have breakfast at $15, lunch at $20, dinner at $30. But that's if you don't receipt it. Is that correct? And if that's the case, is that a reasonable amount, or do we want? My question, I guess, is if I go somewhere and I have steak and lobster, it says reasonable, but reasonable to who? In other words, should there not be a dollar amount tied to what is reasonable?
Go ahead, Sue.
Through the chair to council, you only get those per diemable rates if you do not have a receipt.
Yeah, but he's saying he's going to go out and spend $100 on supper, and that's maybe reasonable to Councillor Billingsley, but it's not reasonable to me. Like, so what's reasonable? So he's saying tie a dollar figure to that if you're submitting a receipt.
Even, sorry, with a receipt?
With the receipt.
Oh.
Like, with the receipt, Councillor Billingsley went out for filet mignon, and Mayor Gandam went out for a McChicken burger and fries.
And where I'm going with that is that we've deemed $30 for dinner reasonable, right?
Yep.
10 years ago, right?
Yes, for sure. So my take on that is you're out and you're having, if you're not claiming it, it's because you didn't go out and eat something, right? So, or else you ate at a friend's house or your relative's house or something like that. So I don't think it's fair that you're claiming $50 for a meal you didn't pay for.
Well, and that's what I'm wondering is if, without I wonder if we don't take a look at totally eliminating the last part and then putting a dollar figure to the first part, where we're actually defining what's reasonable.
Right, but if you're not claiming one, it's because you've eaten someplace that didn't cost you any money. I still think that there should be an availability or an opportunity to claim for that.
And I disagree.
Yeah, that's fair. Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just say that reasonable would be if you brought it back to council and made a motion that I pay this bill. So if you came back and said, I make a motion that I pay $100 for my dinner, and you make that a motion so that the public is aware that you just spent $100. We were at one Alberta Munis a few years ago, and a number from another council went to a very expensive steak restaurant in Edmonton and spent $600 on a meal, and were charging it back to their community. And I asked one of the members of their council, I said, would you bring that up as a motion in your council chambers, that you pay that $600? No. So I said, then you shouldn't be doing it. So, thank you.
And I agree, obviously, that $600 is an unreasonable amount. But it's $12, I mean, if that's the case, where's the threshold to come to council? So in other words, the mayor ended up, no, I know, but, so that's why I think it's real critical that we actually have a dollar amount in.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to be coming back to council every time, because this time I spent 55 and next time I spent 62. Well, the 62 is unacceptable. Yeah. Councillor Blatz.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. Now I'm confused because under that meals for travel or business purposes, there's two parts, because there's the part that says meal costs shall be kept reasonable based on the location of the event and available options, but then above it speaks to council members are encouraged to limit daily meal expenditures in amounts set out by Appendix A. And so that's the one that's like speaking to $15, $20, and $30. So could we not just cut out the part, like the second part, where it says the meal cost shall be kept reasonable, and just go straight to using Appendix A as our Bible?
Right. But it still doesn't fix the problem of my love for fillets and Tyler's love for McChickens.
So, and here's where I think that there's a reason for that, is that if we set it at $50 and that's reasonable for supper, I can go and get my McChicken combo and pay $16, not submit a receipt, and get $50 for food.
Right, then that's where
That's why I like the one that's set lower when you're not submitting a receipt versus whatever we deem as reasonable.
Yeah, and I guess now is maybe not the time to debate all this, is I would eliminate the last part. If you don't have a receipt, you're not getting paid.
And that's fine.
Right,
Yep.
and then from there, set the dollar amount, right? Pretty rare for somebody not to get a receipt for a meal. And if you're not eating, then why should you get paid?
Councilor Blatz? Nothing? Okay.
Through the chair to Jacqueline, you had pointed out very eloquently the last time of giving direction to administration. How can I give, I hate saying direction because that's not fair, recommendation, I guess, of taking a look at these two things going forward?
So committee of the whole, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, committee of the whole can direct administration or refer matters to administration. So the motion would just be worded that the committee refer this matter to administration to provide additional information at a subsequent meeting. Or again, should you prefer amendments to be made directly into the policy, it would just be a recommendation to City Council to do so.
So when this comes back, we could debate the merits of this, and we really don't need to bring anything forward. Is that?
Yep.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Sue. Sue, we also have it in policy that if we are at a conference or convention or seminar and meals are provided at that function, we do not get to claim. Is that not correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. through the chair to Sue or Jacqueline. In relation to the questions I asked earlier, and was informed that we can talk about it at budget and so forth. If I wanted to fundamentally change how we are doing the remuneration packages, what would be the process? So I'm not looking at sort of tinkering with this particular policy so much as changing it, changing elements of it fairly significantly. What is the process to do that? Because then we're juggling two things at once, I guess.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, should the committee desire a more fulsome review of the policy, that would be direction to administration to take that away. Administration would need some additional information on what to look at within that policy. So if it's primarily, this section, that section, I would recommend that is included within the motion.
Okay. Okay, let's give this a whirl and see what happens. I guess I would like to recommend that council directs administration to engage in a more comprehensive review of the council remuneration package with intent to differentiate the financial costs of each councillor doing their expected role as a councillor and creating individual councillor operating budgets, which would be used for wording, optional or personal choice conferences or personal training, to the point whereby each councillor can make a decision about the kinds of personal training or conferences that they want to attend, and they do it within a prescribed budget. So, for example, if I'm assigned a budget of $3,000 and I want to go to conference X, I do so and report back to council like we normally do. And if it goes over my budget of $3,000, I would be on the hook for paying those extra costs of going over my professional development budget. I don't know if that provides enough information, Jacqueline, or not.
To the chair, would it be reasonable for us to take a short recess to finesse this motion?
Yep, we'll take a 15-minute break. Good morning, welcome back.
To the chair, we have finessed the wording a little bit, so it is up on the screen for council's consideration.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, could that be read aloud? Because I can't see your screen.
You betcha. That the committee refers the council remuneration policy CO-002 to administration to conduct a comprehensive review of the remuneration package with the intent to separate out the budgets of each councillor for their respective role of council, whereby each councillor may make a decision about the kind of training or conferences to attend within individual councillor budgets.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Sue. So, Sue, how long would it take to do a comprehensive review of remuneration package?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, whenever we have notice of motions or things that are referred to us for extra work, we like to take 3 months. So we would have this definitely back by June at the latest. If we can get it sooner, we would. It depends on what kind of rabbit hole we go down and reviewing what other councils do, etc.
But you also said we each currently have individual budgets, correct?
You do.
Thank you very much.
Sue, what would change if during our monthly council attendance submission, at the bottom of my council attendance with what I've claimed, I can't remember what my budget is over and above, say it's $10,000. If it was at the end of that reporting period for the month of March, I'm at $1,257 of $10,000. So every month we know exactly where we stand within our budget.
Through the chair to council, finance could have a running tally on those forms if needed.
Okay, so I'm okay with that, and then I can keep track of where I am within that budget, and I don't need a comprehensive review of what the remuneration is. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, if that was the case and the mayor's budget was $10,000, what happens if he's at $11,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, as per policy, he would come back to council for approval on that.
Okay, so, but Councillor Nielsen, you had said that at that point, the maximum is $10,000 or whatever the amount is, and there is no coming back to council, is that correct?
In my perfect world, we as councillors have set a city budget of X number of dollars, and we want to make sure our administration comes within that budget. But we also have an expectation that each department comes within their own specified budget. And Councillor Elliott asked a question about, do we each have individual budgets? And the answer was yes. But I don't know what my individual budget is, and nor did Mayor Gandam indicate that he knew his budget, but would look at when he got close to going over it. And I'm not sure that we as a council have individual budgets. I believe we have one budget line of X number of dollars that includes remuneration and PD. And as long as we all come within that line, it's okay. And so if I have a personal budget, could someone share with me what it is?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I can resend the level 3 budget that we looked at for budget this year, deliberations, and if we need to break out to level 4, we can send that to you right away.
So with that response, Sue, are you saying to me that Wayne Nielsen has a finite budget that includes his annual stipend and PD allowances, professional development allowances?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes. So for instance, in your cost center of 038, there is employer contributions for benefits, there's WCB, there's training, the corporate training has moved to a shared budget. Then you've got council salaries, council boards and per diems, and council travel. So each councillor is broken out with all of those, and then we do have a corporate council budget that includes things like strategic planning and any things that you do together as a group.
So,
yeah.
So do I have my own personal professional development dollar budget?
You
that
do.
I can, oh, okay. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I was just going to say, after going through budget, all of that was in there. If I recall, though, that there was some councillors, maybe including myself, that were over some of those, and you're, through the chair to administration, we were told that if you're over, they'll come back to council, or come back to us. But that didn't happen, or hasn't happened.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, so council had requested that we go back and separate out, which is one of the reasons why I think Councillor Nielsen wanted everything separated out so that it would be easier to delineate. And so we went back because some things could have been miscoded. And so one councillor was slightly over, and we do have the discretion within 5%. It's considered negligible. So the overall budget for council has never been over, and that was the discussion at the time, that so long as council, the entire division or department, was not going over, there was no budget implications there. With the new tracking system and forms that we've got, it'll make it easier for us to track everything out specifically. And we could even break the budget out further between approved by council versus personal development training, so that if there are questions about that, we could easily bring those back. There's never been a time where a councillor was so over on their budget that it was necessary to come back to council and get approval.
And 5% is the number?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further? For this recommendation, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Defeated. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. With that motion being defeated, I'd like to make some other recommendations to administration with regard to the policy that's before us.
Yep.
Under number 4, conference, I would like to amend where it states attendance at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities be limited to the mayor, period, full stop. And if I have my own personal professional development budget, and I think that Federation of Canadian Municipalities meets my professional development needs, I would then spend my PD budget to attend that conference as a councillor, so that the only person that would be authorized by the city to attend that conference would be the mayor.
So just for clarification, if you decided you wanted to go to an FCM conference, the only thing you would need is permission to travel out of province from council, or it's you go until your budget's done? Is that your intention?
Go until my budget is done? I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Like if you've got $5,000 for professional development,
Yeah.
as it stands now, or as the policy's written, you would need permission to travel out of province. So if you're
Correct.
saying that after, or on that line of the mayor will attend the FCM, but any member of council then would be able to attend if they chose to and had the budget for it, do they still need permission to travel out of province? Or are you saying that they are in control of their own budget and can spend as they wish?
I believe they should be able to determine what their professional development needs are. They need to inform council before they attend the conference.
Okay, I just wanted clarification. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would disagree with that. I think when the budget for council is being determined, that there should be basic things that go into each individual councillor's budget, like one FCM, if we're going to Alberta Munis, the budget deliberations, those kinds of things that are, and any conferences that are related to the committees that we're on. And I think they should be part of the basic package. And then then there's a little bit of money for personal growth and personal development. But I think there are basic things that we as members of council should be part of. The networking at FCM I have found to be very, very beneficial. And to send one person when they have so many sessions, I don't think would be very worthwhile. So I'm not in favor of this at all. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Could I rebut?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I guess my response to Councillor Elliott would be, if he finds attendance at FCM being very important for him in terms of networking and so forth, he has a budget, a personal budget that would allow him to say, this is a high priority for me because I see great value in it for myself and or my community, and that's where I'm going to be spending my professional development dollars.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. And I think that it's should be very clear that you're not excluding any councillor from going to FCM or AB Munis or any of those things. It's just tying a dollar amount to what you believe or the council believes are their priorities, because my priorities might be different than Councillor Elliott, which could be different than any number of us, and yours could be different than mine. So I'm okay with that. Where it has to be is what's a reasonable amount to set aside at budget for SOSAD.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I just wanted a point of clarification. There was just a statement that was made at the end of what you were saying where you said, yeah, I think that everybody should have their own budget and that they should be able to spend it how they want. So if they want to go to FCM, then they can, but they just have to let council know. When you said that, did you mean like when we're doing our reports at the end of going to a conference, or would you prefer that there's a new mechanism where we just inform as an FYI to council if we're going to something? I just wanted some clarification on what that meant.
In my mind, Councillor Blatz, it would be if I decide to attend a conference or an information session, that I would inform council that I plan to spend approximately X number of dollars out of my budget to attend whatever session. And if it's out of province, I would be seeking permission then from council to go out of province to attend that function. So for example, if I go back a number of months and we had many conversations with regard to, say, homelessness, and there's word on the wire that a community of our similar size in somewhere else in Canada or even in the United States is doing some pretty miraculous work. And I have a particular interest in that topic. And I think attending that kind of a session would benefit my knowledge and or benefit the community. I believe that I am best able to determine my professional development needs. And yeah, I'll leave it there.
Anything further? Those in favor?
So what, that we're adding this,
For the recommendation to come back.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you. May I proceed, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
So keeping that in mind, that wow. There's a statement here on number 3 under conferences that states that all council members may attend Alberta Munis. And once again, I would suggest, no, I'm going to drop that one. I'm sorry. I'm going to stand down on that one. Under per diems then, it's identified in that document where you receive a per diem. And I think it would be important then that if it's determined that individual councillors have their own budget to determine their own professional development, that under per diems, it would replace 1H with any other event, meeting, or training associated with a council member's operating budget.
So just taking out the 2/3 approval.
Yes.
Discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor?
Through the
Aye.
chair, can we please have the motion again?
Yep. Councillor Nielsen, can you just repeat that for Ledge Services, please?
Sure. And again, I don't have everything in front of me, Mr. Mayor, so let me find it again. Under per diems 1H, it would read, you would receive a per diem on any other event, meeting, or training associated with council members' operating budgets.
Can we please confirm, is that something?
Yep. So Councillor Nielsen, it reads that the committee recommends to council that the council remuneration policy CO-002 be amended under per diem section 1H regarding with any other event, meeting, or training associated within councillors' operating budgets.
Correct, thank
It's
you.
taken out the approval.
That's correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Carried.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Mayor.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Anything else? Just for clarification, this is still coming back for final approval. So these amendments are just being made for further discussion. Okay. Those in favor of accepting this as information?
Aye.
Carried. Item 10.1, Housing Needs Assessment Update. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. The purpose of this report is to request an extension to the previous deadline to update Council on the Housing Needs Assessment, to change it from March 24th to April 14th meeting. On May 27th, 2024, Council directed Administration to complete a housing needs assessment and to provide a project update by the end of first quarter of 2025. We are requesting that the scheduled update be extended to April 14th, 2025 in order to be able to provide more substantial information on the findings of initial stakeholder engagement activities. Administration has completed project planning and formed a working group comprising representatives from the housing and community service sectors to provide subject matter expertise and project direction. The first working group meeting was held in the first week of March.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council directs Administration to provide an update of the housing needs assessment at the April 14th, 2025 council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask a tough question here through the chair. This was directed to Administration back in May of last year. Why are we just getting to this now? In other words, the first group meeting was the 1st of March. What was the delay? Why are we?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, this was an operating request that was going in after the MDP. So we put the order of priority on Liz's table, and this was one of the last things that, so we had to get through the MDP update before we could fully commit ourselves to this.
Thank you.
Anything further? Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Item 10.2, Public Code of Conduct Policy. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I am here today to request approval of the proposed Public Code of Conduct Policy, which was presented to Council on November 25th in 2024.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that Council approve the Public Code of Conduct Policy.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion?
Yes, please.
Yeah, Councillor Nielsen, go ahead.
Thank you. I've got some questions regarding, I guess, some of the wording. Throughout the document, there's statements made and then there's examples cited. So, for example, in the policy statement in the second paragraph, members of public who behave in an unacceptable manner. And then we've got such as, threatening or hostile. And I don't know why we would be adding examples when we have a long list. So unacceptable behavior and unacceptable manner is certainly more than just being threatening or hostile. And we have all those various reasons listed. So I don't know why there's an example. And if I go on, under unreasonable persistence, under number 1, we put in brackets, including after reviews. We put in brackets, even when it's evident, which is an opinion. The 4th bullet says wording, even after repeatedly. So I guess I'm wondering if we're not cluttering the policy with giving extensive explanations when all those explanations are already embedded in the policy. So can I get some help there in understanding why we would have all those examples attached to each of those statements?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, a lot of the examples were taken from other documents that also have those further examples. The examples that are given later in the document are very specific and very tailored to those definitions, whereas what is provided in the number 1 policy statement are just very general examples.
Okay, and I guess my question is, why are we citing examples? That's all.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, they were part of a previous document and felt that it was important just to really reaffirm that those are the examples and to make it very clear.
And I guess I wonder whether by giving examples, sometimes we're not making it clear. So for example, and I say that respectfully, if I'm charged as a citizen for having unacceptable behavior and I come back and say, but I wasn't threatening or hostile, you'd say, yeah, but it's further in the policy. You might have been cursing or using foul language or using racial or ethnic slurs or. So I wonder, by giving examples, if we don't build excuses into the document for people to use. That's all. It's an observation that I think clutters the policy, but that's, personally, I would like to see all the examples that are attached to policy statements removed.
Are you making that amendment, Councillor Nielsen?
I would be happy to do so, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I agree 100% in the policy statement. Are you asking it to be removed from the standards, point 3? I just want to make sure I understand what I'm...
Absolutely not. I think
Okay.
the standards are the clear descriptor for the policy as to what we will not tolerate.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen, I'm just going to get you to repeat what you want amended or removed for Noman and Jessica so that they can write it into an amendment, please.
I would move an amendment to strike all clarifying examples in the policy that are attached. The policy statements. I'm sorry, that's the best I can do off the top.
So the amendment reads that the policy be amended by removing all clarifying examples that are currently provided.
Sure.
In the policy statement, I think you mean, Councillor Nielsen.
No, because I believe it should come out of policy statement. But if I go down to unreasonable persistence, for example, we've got all sorts of qualifying statements there. And even one that says, even when it is evident. Well, evident by who? That's a personal opinion. So we're not putting personal opinion into the policy. If I go down to fourth bullet, we indicate what unreasonable persistence is, but then we say, even after repeatedly informing the person. Like, it's all those qualifying statements that I don't think serve a purpose in the policy.
In 1 second. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. To Councillor Nielsen, can you provide a page for me? Just, that's where I'm confused. Page 4?
I'm sorry, I can't. All I've got is you guys on screen. I don't have my agenda up. The closest I could give you, Councillor Aberty, off the top would be under the title called Unreasonable Persistence. There's a number of bullets there. indicating what it is, and then we put qualifiers or brackets or examples in.
Okay, so I'm just clarifying for myself, so you are wanting to see changes under scope, because that comes under number 2, am I right?
That's correct.
And I'll have to get my agenda up on my phone.
Sorry, Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, it is in section 3 under standards. And there's a definition of reasonable persistence, and then unreasonable persistence includes, and it provides additional explanations as to, I guess, interpretation.
Correct.
So you want the examples taking out of number 3 standards of what unreasonable demands include. Unreasonable lack of cooperations include, unreasonable persistence includes. Those are all the examples you want removed. We're sharing the screen with you right now as well.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Where are you talking about all the standards?
So they've just highlighted the unreasonable lack of cooperation include, and then the example, sending a constant stream of complex or disorganized information without clearly defining the issue at hand or explaining how the material provided relates to their interaction. Is that the example you want removed?
Trying to find it here, I'm sorry.
It's on the screen.
I don't have it on my screen, I'm sorry, Tyler.
They're sharing the screen with you, so if you've got it pulled up in the meeting, they're sharing the screen.
No. Just bear with me for a moment, please.
Okay.
H. Sorry, I have to stand down. I'm sorry.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. My question is through to administration, and it's more of a understanding process with these code of conducts. In the world I work in, policy and regulations are part of the code, what's in our policy, but the things that come afterwards, like these examples, that's actually would be administration that can change those. They don't have to be approved by the board. When council agrees to a policy, it's everything written within that policy. Is that correct? And it's just different. So, for example, we would be stuck at the examples that are in the policy. We could only use those as examples. Or does administration have the ability to add this example, like this example isn't in the policy, but it's related to it? Like we have, without reasonable, like it's reasonable to assume that this would fall under this, even though it's not listed specifically. Did that make sense?
Would it change it if it says unreasonable persistence includes but not limited to?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sue.
I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if we could take this away and get these amendments done. So typically we would leave these in committee of the whole until council was happy with them. We took the feedback from the last meeting, and clearly there's still changes that they want to see. So I would suggest we take this back into committee of the whole before we bring it back for final approval.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just related to this, it's on page 6 of 11 of council, but I don't know what it is on the other document, but reasonable demands, and then it's got unreasonable demands include. And I think if we added the word may include, then we're not restricting it. And as you said, may include and not be restricted to. Because we've had things from lawyers before when we're talking about liability and things, and they said when you start to make a list, if you don't include everything that's possible, then your list is really not very good. So they said try to stay away from lists as much as possible and make it more nebulous so that you can include everything that's required. Thank you.
Can we table this and have it brought back to the committee of the whole?
Through the chair to council, I would recommend that a referral motion is made to refer this back to committee of the whole. However, there is still a motion on the table.
Yeah.
So that one would be dealt with first, it'd be tabled, and then the referral motion would be made.
Before I table it, go ahead, Councillor Blatz.
No, that was what I was going to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No,
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
thank you. And I appreciate it being tabled and more work being done. But I would also like to talk about stage 4 public bans. And I don't have a problem at all with the intent. But it goes on to say that stage 4 indicates a number of warnings and so forth. And by stage 4, we have a public ban. And then in red, it says a public ban will also be implemented for those behaviors that involve, and it goes on in red. And it strikes me that there should be a second bullet there, because there are actions identified here that could move to a complete ban without stages 1, 2, or 3, as I understand it. And yet we've lumped it together as stage 4. And I really wonder in stage 4 if that's not a separate circumstance that says there is the potential for an immediate ban as well that would not necessitate going through stages 1, 2, and 3 if it involved the actions that are identified in that document.
So the reason for tabling this and referring it back to committee of the whole is so that we can make those changes and have these conversations instead of trying to debate all of these policies now, all of this policy now. Yep.
Yep, for sure. And all I want to do is make that statement before it went back for consideration. Thank you.
So I move to table it. Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. We're going to have a reference to come back to committee of the whole, so I don't know when.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that is my recommendation.
Thank you.
April,
Is your mic on?
through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, April 28th, I believe.
To the April 28th Committee of the Whole meeting.
Okay, any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. And just for clarification, do tabled motions need a date that it's being brought back, or just when you're looking for information or a task that you've been given to administration?
To the chair, there is a time period for tabled motions. It is
Yeah,
2
2
years.
So I don't have to say, if through my motion, I don't have to say when it's coming back.
No, you do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 10.3, e-scooter and e-bike bylaw, request for extension.
Good morning. I'm just asking for an extension on a e-scooter e-bike bylaw. I was asked to bring it by Q1 of 2025, but at this time we're just waiting for some definitions from the province of Alberta on what a vehicle consists of to bring it back. So I'm hoping to get the information and have this item back to you guys by April 28th, 2025 council meeting.
Councillor Blatz.
I move the council direct administration to bring this item to the April 28th, 2025 regular council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Item 12.1, Municipal Policing Bylaw, Committee Bylaw. Go ahead.
There's a 10.4 biweekly waste collection.
I've refreshed this 3 times this morning and I don't have it.
Really?
That was, yeah, it got refreshed last Thursday. It went out with the public one. That was the one that we were delayed because of the public survey.
You're withholding information from me.
Not purposely.
I don't have it, so I'll let somebody else lead it then. Deputy Mayor Blatz.
I got that. All right. Who is presenting this? Okay, this. Yeah, I was gonna say, Sean, do you want to, or?
10.4, biweekly waste collection, public engagement results, and next steps.
Good morning, Council. I'd like to take a moment just to introduce Baba Tunde. He's the Environmental Services Supervisor. He's been leading this public engagement campaign. We're here today to provide some feedback collected through this campaign and recommend some next steps. A little bit of background. As you know, the city's 2019 Waste Management Master Plan outlines the strategic direction and planning framework for the solid waste management over a 25-year period. Recommendations from the report include further reduction of waste to the landfill. Further to this, in 2024, administration engaged the services of a consultant to produce an airspace analysis which indicated that the remaining life of the landfill ranged from 13 to 17 years based on the current consumption rate and other factors noted in the master plan. To support Council's strategic plan's environmental goals and to meet the recommendations of the Waste Management Master Plan, extending the life of the landfill, administration is proposing a long-term strategy to help extend the life of the landfill and work towards Council's goal of environmental stewardship, switching from weekly waste collection to bi-weekly waste collection. Switching to bi-weekly waste collection would reduce environmental impact and lower the cost associated with waste management. Bi-weekly waste collection encourages waste reduction through recycling and composting, which contributes to more sustainable waste management practices. So the public engagement piece that we have done so far in January 2025, administration.
Sean, make sure your mic's on, please.
It is on, sorry. In January 2025, administration produced a survey for citizens to provide feedback on the proposed service level change. The survey was available online as well as in hard copies located at city facilities. In addition, administration hosted 3 pop-up information sessions to speak with citizens directly. The results of the survey and information sessions have been collected and are summarized in the attached report. Highlights from the report are shown below. I won't read through all the stats, but I'll skip down to the conclusion. The majority of respondents are opposed to switching to biweekly waste collection due to concerns about cost, perceived health implications, and logistical challenges. Many suggested that any cost savings should be passed on to residents and that better recycling options should be considered. However, there was some confusion over the funding source of waste collection and the ability to reallocate those funds, as well as limited awareness of the upcoming Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR program. Administration appreciates the feedback from citizens. It's important to note that many of the concerns could be mitigated through further education on the proper use of organics carts and the recycling center. The waste that would contribute to smell or take up space in the cart are generally items that can be collected in one of the other waste streams, which would continue to be done weekly in the summer. So as terms of next steps, administration would like to complete a 3-month pilot project for bi-weekly waste collection in one of the city neighborhoods and gather community feedback. Additionally, a centralized dumpster collection program is being considered for council's approval for one of the multifamily retirement communities based on their feedback. Many of these communities and other multifamily dwellings have expressed concerns regarding the weight and size of the garbage and organic carts, as well as the limited storage options for these carts. Implementing a dumpster on the property would address these concerns and enhance collection efficiency. So administration would like to reach out to residents of selected pilot locations to obtain feedback and present that to council prior to initiating the pilot. If council is amenable to these pilot initiatives, administration will report back to council as soon as a willing community is found. Additionally, it was noted that many residents said they might be more supportive of this change if curbside recycling was available. As council is aware, this is being managed by the province and should be available to our community in 2026. It is administration's hope that this additional time will give us the ability to continue to educate and engage the community to overcome the concerns noted. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council directs administration to continue with public engagement and education activities and report back to Council by September 2025. And I do have just a follow-up question. When you're speaking of a pilot project in a community, is passing this motion mean that the pilot project will happen regardless?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, no, we would get that feedback from the communities and bring it back to another council meeting.
And just second, sort of, it was a B, so that's what I figured. Is it if the community altogether is in favor or a percentage of that community is in favor? Does that make sense? So let's say my area of, my garbage collection area all says 100% yes, you're not going to get that, right? So is there a number that you see in your mind of approval from the committee to do it in my area?
Through the chair, I think that we would leave that to council's consideration.
Okay.
We would just bring the feedback
Thank you.
back.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. These are just statements, so I don't know who they're to, but I am not in favor of continuing the communication strategy on this, and the reason why is because we got a great amount of feedback, which was great, and we saw vehemently that people do not want to have bi-weekly garbage pickup, and that's with 637 responses. I think that continuing it or doing a pilot project or anything like that after hearing loud and clear that our residents don't want this, I don't know if that is a good use of staff time. So that is just my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I too am not in favor, and it has a lot to do with some of the responses that we received, but also a little bit with the tone of this, that we've already decided what it's going to look like. And in fact, one of the comments in this was, let's see if I can find it here. We need more time to educate. But we haven't decided what it's actually going to be. So what are we educating them of? Because as a council, we haven't decided whether or not it's going to be the medium-sized bins, if it's going to be 2 weeks, if we're going to have it before or after we have curbside. So what are we actually saying that what it's going to be? And to educate them, if we haven't decided what it is, we really can't educate them, because other than we've predetermined what it's going to be, and that we haven't done. And in the part of the other concern that I had was, from what I saw, I didn't see anything on here of exactly, if we went to 2 weeks, of the option of how much is that going to save anybody, right? It was, we're going to cut your service in half, thereabouts, then am I paying the same amount? Am I getting a reduction? That was never really described. And so for these reasons, I'm definitely not in favor.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council. I agree with everything that's been said, and that was my intent of why. The reason I agree with the motion in general is that these are all parts of maybe the word education was the wrong idea, or is the wrong word, of communication around what would the cost savings be, increasing those, that sort of thing. That's what I saw as education, is that instead of throwing this project out altogether, maybe extended producer, is that what it's called? Extended producer, because I always get confused, is better educating our community or letting our community know, as well as we do, that this process is happening, that recycling will be changing in this community in 2026. So there's been a conversation in general. I'm not in support of bi-weekly garbage until we have curbside recycling, just as to say that in general. So do we spend the next year, give or take, not saying anything and then throw this back out, or do we continue to talk about it and have it so the community understands it as well as we may, what the potential is? So that's how I saw this motion, not a, we're going to do it no matter what, and yeah.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we, to follow up on what Councillor Aberley said, I think that we should wait until after we see how the implementation in 2026 goes. And then once we all get used to that and are educated on how to recycle and it's all of these regulations the government is going to put in, then we maybe look at, can we now go to bi-monthly pickup? Because now I realize, holy mackerel, I can get rid of all of this and this and this, and I might be able to fit the rest in my whatever size garbage can. And so I would prefer that we wait till after we get regulations from the government and implement that recycling.
And same for me. I don't want to go to the community looking for public feedback, not hear what we wanted, so then we're going to go back and continue on educating the public on why this is such a great idea. I think it should happen, wait for the joke, organically, and see how EPR impacts the amount of waste that gets sent out, how we change our recycling habits, the composting as it continues to grow and be a better used option. I think we stand down for now, wait for these changes to come in that are coming in, being legislated by the province. We are a part of the EPR program, and then see how we can change that maybe next year. And like I said, it just happens because we are filling up our garbage cans less, and we don't need weekly pickup. So I won't be voting in favor to continue on with the educational piece of this. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Defeated. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate all of the input and all of the work you did with the community survey.
Mr. Mayor, should we have a motion just to accept this as information then? So it's on the record, or no?
You can't unsee this.
No, I know.
Contrary to popular belief, when you vote to defeat a motion where it's just information, you still know it. That was defeated. We've already received it. Okay, 12.1 Municipal Policing Committee Bylaw.
Good morning, Council. Administration brought forward the draft bylaw for the February 24th, 2025 Council meeting, seeking feedback from Council. As previously stated in the report, the Government of Alberta introduced a new policing governance model, and the Police Act calls for the establishment of a municipal or regional policing committee. Because the province is mandating this quickly, municipalities have to react quickly to establish the new policing committees. To that end, administration is seeking all 3 readings of the bylaw so that Wetaskiwin can start the process.
Councillor Aberley.
I move that council approves first reading of bylaw 2086-25.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Blatz.
I just have to find it. Hold on. I know it's somewhere. There is a part in here, and I gotta figure out where it is. But there was a portion that was speaking to, oh, there we go, I got it. Okay, so through the chair to administration, there under 4, composition membership of the committee, there was one portion which is 4.1b that says where one position may be designated for youth representative. I know it says maybe, but how, like, let's say that I would love to see that as being gospel. Like, that is a part of the 4 members, is that we do have a youth representative, not may. How would I change that? Would I just...
It just says it shall be.
Shall be? Okay. So would I do that as an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make an amendment to 4.1b that one position shall be designated for youth representative.
Sorry, just through the chair to Councillor Blatz, first reading must be given for any amendments to a bylaw.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
Sure.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that council approves second reading of bylaw 2086-25.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Go ahead, Councillor Blatz.
All right. I would like to make an amendment for 4.1b to read where one position shall be designated for youth representative. And just speaking to that, I just think that it's very important, especially when it comes to policing issues or community safety, that there is a youth voice. It was outlined in here under definitions of what youth is, and it's between the ages of 16 to 18, and it's a student that's attending school in the city of Wetaskiwin. And I just think they have a completely different perspective on safety and what is meaningful for them and their peers as far as safety goes, and I think that that's a really valuable input that would be great for this committee.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, what you're saying I agree with as far as having that perspective, and I think that's why they may had for a youth representative. So what happens if it can't be filled by a youth? Then you're down to 4 is the problem. Where I have concerns about this is that if we have no takers as far as volunteer to sit on this board from as a youth, then it remains at 4 as opposed to 5.
Can I respond to that? I'm okay with that. I've sat on other boards before that had a designated seat for various positions that do remain vacant until they fill that. And I just, like I said, I think that it's very valuable, and I just get scared that it would be quickly filled by the public at large, and then later on we would hear that there were students that would have loved to have been on the committee and they just didn't have enough time to look through it, they didn't have enough time to think it through, and then it just got filled already. So I would hate to lose that aspect of that committee.
And be no different than if you couldn't fill the other 3 positions of your committee members at large. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Related to the youth representative, the only thing I would think, it says that they will be attending school in the city of Wetaskiwin, as the other representatives are city citizens. I think that that should also be part of this, because we have a number of students who come to city schools who do not live in the city of Wetaskiwin. And if we're looking for a City of Wetaskiwin Commission, I think those students should probably be part of the city as well. Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, it would be attending school and living in the city of Wetaskiwin. I guess I could make that amendment.
It's an amendment on the floor, but.
Oh, you've already got one. That's right. Sorry.
Sorry.
But it's already a requirement to be a resident of the city of Wetaskiwin, right? So I think that's just redundant. To the amendment, anything else? Changing may to shall. Those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Carried. Go ahead.
I have one more, and I had to look for it again. I'm so sorry. So if there's other people, oh wait, no, I got it. Oh my gosh, this is so easy. Okay, so it's under 4.6, and it is point D, and it's just a language change. So it says, be a Canadian citizen or landed immigrant and a resident of the city of Wetaskiwin for at least 6 months. It was interesting when I was reading it because I've actually never heard the term landed immigrant before, so I wanted to look into it, and I went to the Canadian immigration website, and it said that's an outdated term and that permanent resident is what they use in place of that now, and so I just wanted to make note of that.
You need that as a amendment, or is that?
That's administrative. Thank you.
Anything further? Those in favor of second reading? Opposed?
Aye.
Sorry, was that opposed or in favor, Councillor Nielsen?
In favor.
Thank you.
I move that council give unanimous consent to move to third and final reading of Bylaw 2086-25.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
And I move that council approve third and final reading of Bylaw 2086-25.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Feel like this one's going to take a while. We are going to break for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. Welcome back. We're going to move into 12.2 Code of Conduct for Council Members Bylaw 2077-24.
Thank you. At the February 24th City Council meeting, Council did give the first two readings to Bylaw 2077-24, being the Code of Conduct for City Council bylaw. This bylaw is now again before Council for third and final reading. I will just provide a quick refresher on the relevant content that was amended within the bylaw before Council. So changes include, number one, the word counselor was removed from item 8.2C. In section 16, the gifts amount of $500 was added back in. Number three, added into section 16 gifts, that gifts received must be reported to City Council, and the limits is removed. Section 18.16 was revised, and may at their sole discretion was struck, as well as all or part of. And then finally, section 20.4, previously referenced 21.3, and that was corrected to be 20.3. And I would be pleased to take any questions.
Councillor Platts.
I move that Council approve third and final reading of Bylaw 2077-24.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Those in favor? Opposed?
A.
Carried. Thank you. Item 12.3, Procedures for Council and Committee Meetings Bylaw 2079-24.
Thank you. This bylaw was presented by administration during Committee of the Whole on February 24th, and it does incorporate the amendments that were passed at that meeting during Committee of the Whole. These amendments were to delete and replace sections 35.3, 0.4, and 0.6 of that same section with new wording. And this is before Council for consideration of all three readings today. And I'd be pleased to take any questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
Move that City Council approves first reading of Bylaw 2079-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. We're going into second reading here.
I move that City Council approves second reading of Bylaw 2079-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
I do have an amendment. I'd like to strike out of section 7, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4, and I'd like to speak to that.
Go ahead.
What this talks about is electronic meetings for councillors. Our last council meeting, we, as a council, asked that staff return to the office and to work not remotely. And I think it's, the irony is not lost upon me that for the last couple meetings we had many councillors conducting business remotely. So I would like to have these removed, and going forward that all council members be in attendance for the meetings.
Okay. Speaking to the amendment.
Can I? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I get clarification? I'm not sure what you're saying.
He's saying that council doesn't attend virtually.
I know that we can't attend virtually.
Correct.
Ever?
Correct.
So if I'm sick at home with the measles, and I'm totally fine to be at the meeting, but I can't come because I have measles, I can't attend the meeting?
Correct.
I would speak against that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I totally understand where you're coming from, Councillor Billingsley, just with what happened in the last meeting that I didn't get to vote on. But I am against it, though, because I believe that this is the day and age we're in right now, where you can do your work remotely, and I agree with the same reasons that Councillor Elliott just said, which is that if we're sick but we feel well enough to attend virtually, we can. If we are elsewhere and we have extenuating circumstances, then we should be able to attend still. So I am also against this motion, but I understand where you're coming from.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council, I sort of second what Councillor Blatz was saying, and I appreciate Councillor Billingsley bringing it up for the reasoning that he did with the last one. I'm not in favor of staff not being able to work remotely if necessary, nor council being able to work remotely if necessary. I think we've seen throughout this term, it has been a benefit for multiple different reasons. Sometimes they're illnesses, sometimes you're away at a conference, sometimes you're on holiday and you do take that day off. We don't have set terms to council, i.e. we don't have to be in the office Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. That's not how this works, and it allows us to continue to do what's considered a part-time job and work it within our other life and our day-to-day happenings. And I believe electronic meetings and attending things in this way is the new way of the world, and heaven forbid something ever happens again where we have to all meet virtually and we cannot because it says so in our bylaw. Thank you.
I've also been away on council business for the city and had to attend virtually, so I won't be supporting this. I think that the means to attend and do your work virtually, there's absolutely no reason why we can't continue to do our work remotely if we need to. And absolutely the irony isn't lost on me that a motion was passed with 2 people being virtual. Anything further? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a difference between attending a meeting and working, as far as I'm concerned anyway. If I'm, as I say, if I'm sick, I can still be part of the meeting. Otherwise, I would be here physically. So I am not choosing to stay at home. I am choosing to not infect the rest of council.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment as well. I'd like to add under electronics meetings, item 7C, which would read, councillors who are out of the city for personal reasons and have been approved by council to attend remotely be one of the considerations.
So 7.1, you're adding a C?
No?
Okay.
Sorry. Is it a C? Yes, it is C. Yes, thank you. And could I speak to that, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I think we'd be missing great opportunity if people, for whatever reason, are not available to attend a meeting, but can free up time in a schedule, whether on a family vacation or whether they're attending some other function outside of the city that is not city related, who can clear time in their personal schedule to come in remotely. I see it as being counterproductive to say, I'm sorry, you can't come in because you are not ill, and you cannot come in because you're not on city business. So we will exclude you from the meeting. I think it's counterproductive to what we're trying to accomplish, which is have councillors be involved and engaged in discussions about their community. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, can we please confirm the motion?
Yeah. Councillor Nielsen, you just have to repeat it so that they can add the 7.1C.
Thank you. Electronic meetings should be allowed to happen if councillors are out of the city for personal reasons and have been approved by council to attend remotely.
Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Nielsen, why would anyone have to be approved by council to attend a meeting? When we're given our calendar, our schedule, we're given a login, so we just tap in, and usually what I do is if I'm not going to be here, I will let the CAO or our executive assistant know, and they make sure I have the link. I was just wondering why we would have to be approved by council to attend. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, if I could comment.
Go ahead.
I only added that, Councillor Elliott, because it was the same one in 7.1B, which is if you're out of the city on city business, you still have to have permission to come in remotely, according to this policy.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council, I was going to actually, I don't know, I said actually, go on recommendation number 3 was where we have the chair deciding rather than getting council's approval for the item B. And if this is the will of council, then I wouldn't need to do it for item C as well, if we change this to here through approval of the chair. And the reason I was going to do that in number 3 is we haven't been doing it so far, in the sense of we don't take a motion at the beginning of council to let the person by electronic means join the council meeting. We've just been
Deemed in attendance, whether you're virtual or in person.
Yeah, it was deemed attendance, so I was going to follow that under the report in our RFD.
Yeah, I don't think there needs to be reasons why you're attending. If you're attending the meeting, either virtual or in person, you're attending the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate then for me to strike the last portions of my amendment?
Only
so
if
it's simply
Sorry, only if we're striking if we're striking anything, my opinion would be to strike 7.1 A and B, and that 7.1 would read that councillors may participate in regular council meetings either in person or through electronic means, period.
I would be okay with that too, but how?
We would just.
So I will. I would withdraw my amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And then I would like to make a subsequent amendment.
Sure.
I'd like to support your amendment. I would like to strike 7.1.2 and I guess 7.1 and 2 and replace it with councilors can attend meetings electronically.
Through the chair to Councilor Nielsen, I don't know, I can't say your name, Nielsen. Did you intend to strike 7.2 where it says who intends to participate through electronic means must, and then it says provide notice, ensure you can attend from appropriate location, etc. I knew that you said earlier that you didn't have it directly in front of you, or just clarification that 7.1A, there are extenuating circumstances, etc., and B, the councillor if they're away on city business.
I was simply picking up on Mayor Gandam's thoughts that in this day and age, if there's a meeting and you must and you wish to attend, you may do so electronically.
Yeah, and
Full stop.
Yeah, I just, for clarification, I think you meant just striking 7.1A and B.
That is correct. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Is that correct motion?
Sure. I wouldn't even say, it doesn't mean that they're out of the city. I would just say that councillors may attend meetings electronically. Ride the lightning. Okay, to the amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a second, got to pull it up. I sent this question in just regarding procedures. Under procedures, we have under 11.1 that we have the D, 11.1D is approval of the minutes, and then we have E, business arising out of the minutes, and then we have G, consent agenda. I thought that the consent agenda included the minutes, and then if somebody chose to take something out of the consent agenda, that would be business arising. So I don't know why we've gone back to a different format than we currently have. So I don't know if that's through to Jackie or to whom. Thank you.
Through the chair to City Council, that is something that we will be taking away and looking at our administrative procedures, but that is on our horizon to reincorporate back into agendas. That is within our work plan to reincorporate back into agendas, the consent agenda.
So you're saying we're going to go away from what we currently have and go back to this?
It's through the chair to Councillor Elliott. It's not going away from what we currently have. Currently, the procedural bylaw allows for it. It just hasn't been exercised, but we intend to go back to exercising that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Approving a second reading. Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Move that council gives unanimous consent to move to third and final reading of Bylaw 2079-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
I move that council approve third and final reading of Bylaw 2079-24.
Moved by Counselor Billingsley. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. I think that takes us into closed session. Looking for a motion, please.
So moved.
Counselor Billingsley. Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Do you have the link, Counselor Nielsen?
I'm going to check and see.
Welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Blatz, those in favor?
Aye.
Carried, thank you. We're going to 15.1, new business, notice of motions, family day activities, 2026.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm unable to open my computer, but this is regarding family days. As we did with Wetaskiwin Week in September, where we had a bunch of activities and things, my thought is we need to do the same thing for Family Day. There was nothing this year at all for Family Day that was put on by the city, other than I think we had a couple of hours of free swim at the Manlock Aquatic Center. So, can I read the motion, please? Oh, he just lost it too. This is ridiculous. Thank you. Okay. So I would move that council direct administration to investigate staff hours and the costs associated with organizing Family Day activities in February 2025. And just so that we have our community involved. Oh, you don't want me to speak further to this?
No. It just organizing family day activities in 2026. It's just a typo. Yeah, no,
fault.
it's a typo.
Sorry, in
that's
February.
Okay.
But it's just that in years past there was sleigh rides and hay rides and skating at by the lake park, and our Kiwanians and Catholic Social Services had hot dogs, and I mean we had masses of people out at by the lake park. It was just unbelievable, and everybody was happy. The fire department came and put the ladders up, and it was just, and that was just at by the lake park. That wasn't covering any of the other activities. And I think if we're working on Wetaskiwin Week, we're trying to get people to be proud of their community and get involved. I think we need to do something like that for Family Day. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. Anything further? Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Was there anything else from administration? Meeting adjourned at 14:19.
Thank you.
Wayne?
Yes?
This is Bill. Is there something in